Make a start then, I think, councillors and everyone else. So I'll go through the rubric and then we can get the meeting going. Oh, forgot to say, can we make the meeting live, please, James? We are live. Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I would like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place, it says 10 p.m, but it's actually 10:15 now, a bit late starting, sorry about that, on Friday the 14th of January. Other members of the committee are, do you want to introduce yourself, councillors, just so everyone knows who you are? So if you could start with Councillor Porrer back there.
Morning, Chair. I'm Councillor Porrer.
And Councillor Flaubert.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Ingrid Flaubert.
Good morning, Jenny Gawthropwood.
Yeah, it is now, isn't it? Good morning, I'm Dave Bagent from Romsey.
Good morning, I'm Katie Thornborough from Petersfield.
Thank you, councillors. I think it's good to make sure your microphone's working and everything anyway. Right, where were we? The officers permanently at the table to this meeting are Nigel Bladesby on my right, who's the Planning and Delivery Manager. There's another list of sort of officers who are available online, not in the meeting room today, because we've cut back the number of people in the room because of COVID. Legal advisor Keith Barber is on my left at the front there, just to the left of Claire Tunnicliffe, who's the committee manager, and the producer is Boris Herzog on my left here. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the... if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. Can I also add it's good to refer to the sort of point as well, because if people are looking online, they won't see the page number. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure you have switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that you do not interrupt the proceedings. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 30-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. sometime. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI stroke DPA request. So FOI is freedom of information and DPA is, I always forget the DPA one. What's the DPA one? Data Protection Act, that's it, yeah, sorry guys. Make sure that your device is fully charged and you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. Excuse me. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I have advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate, and that includes the thing I mentioned earlier about the chat. You shouldn't be writing anything in the chat about it. The committee will then discuss or debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The Council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned Decision Protocol. Where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation, a decision to determine the application will then be adjourned, and the officers will prepare a further report which will come to the meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Thank you. So moving on to agenda item 3. Actually, apologies first. It's from, who's missing?
We have apologies from Councillor Dryden, Chair.
Thank you. So Councillor Dryden, that's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there one more missing as well? No, that's it. Okay. Moving on to agenda item 3, declarations of interest, please, councillors. Any? Councillor Beijing, you normally declare your interest in the cycling campaign. Did you want to do that?
Chair, I'm a member of the Cambridge Cycling Campaign. Thank you very much for reminding me.
Fine, councillor, thank you. Agenda item 4, minutes, they are to follow, so we'll look at them at the next available meeting. So agenda item 5 is the first planning item of the day. So that's item 5, Church Hall, 6A, Chapel Street. And speakers, we have a speaker, so the speaker just a minute. Janet Robertson, the applicant, is here. Hello, Janet. And also we have Victoria Helmer, objector, who is online, I believe. My internet connection has just gone down, so I just need to reconnect. Hold on. Here we are. The officer is Lewis Tomlinson for this item. I presume, Lewis, you're here. Yes, good morning. So I think probably, Janet, is if you stay where you are and then when you come to speak, I think Councillor Ashton has already showed you where to sit for public speakers. Okay, good. Okay. So if you'd like to go present the item then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. So the site is 6A Chapel Street. You can see it's outlined in red on the screen. The site is situated on the western side of Chapel Street. The site is a building of local interest within the Cheston Conservation Area. Adjacent to the site and to the south is Cheston Tower, which is a Grade 1 listed building and a scheduled monument. To the site of the north is 6 Chapel Street. It's also a building of local interest. And to the northeast of Church Hall is 1 Chapel Street, which is a Grade 2 listed building, as is 5 Chapel Street down here, which is also a listed building. The building has its main entrance onto the Chapel Street, with a clear views of the side elevation from both the road, the High Street, and further down the Chapel Street. Here is an aerial view. So again, you can see the site outlined in red. The red dots indicate the Grade 2 listed buildings, and this orange dot here is a Grade 1 listed building. This is the existing ground floor plan for the building, existing first floor plan, existing elevations. Later on when I show the proposed elevations, I'll do a comparison. and further existing elevations. So the proposal is for the refurbishment, reconfiguration and extension of the existing chapel building. So this is existing chapel building to create an improved day nursery facility with external play area and 13 residential apartments following part demolition together with associated landscaping and infrastructure. The proposal is to demolish the existing building to the rear of the site, which is this building here. The proposal seeks to add a 4-storey extension to the southwest elevation, 1 or 2 stories over parts of the existing building. The extensions would accommodate 13 residential units, and the nursery would be located at the front of the building across all floors, including a rooftop play area. I'll just run through the proposed plans. This is the proposed site plan and the ground floor plan. As you can see here, you've got the nursery accommodation located towards the front of the site with 3 residential units on the ground floor. All 3 of these units are accessed from this passageway just here, which leads to Chapel Street. Noting that these units also have private external amenity area here, here and here. You've got a bin store and bike store located here for the residential units, and then you've got the nursery, bin and bike store located here with an external covered play area as well for the nursery. This is the proposed first floor plan. So you can see this is part of the nursery here on the first floor located at the front of the site. You can also see there is a number of residential units. Proposed second floor plan. Again, you can see the nursery located towards the front of the site with further residential units located towards the rear. And this is the proposed third floor plan. So you've got the nursery again at the front of the site with a nursery play area on the roof terrace, and again, residential units to the rear of the site. And that is the proposed roof plan. So the applicant's plan and statement sets out the scheme comprises conversion extensions of the existing chapel building. Snap for Kids has run a children's nursery from chapel for more than 20 years since 2000. Currently has an Ofsted capacity for 106 children. The nursery serves the local and wider community, offering care and education with a creative focus to children from 0 to 5 years. The setting currently employs a staff of 14 and currently cares for 38 children each week. In more usual years, that number would have been between 55 to 60, and this level of provision will be retained within the new facility. The refurbished facility expected to have a capacity for 86 children, and the nursery focuses on the provision of high quality childcare for the local community. Unfortunately, a multitude of unfavourable economic factors, including the need for investment into the fabric of the building, means there is an urgent need to better utilise the potential of the chapel building to generate funds that are vital to create the ability to continue to provide childcare within the setting. So, as outlined in the report, officers are recommending refusal of the application for a number of reasons. I'll just run through the proposed elevations. So you've got a proposed southeast elevation in front of you with the existing southeast elevation at the bottom. You can see this is the front of the building facing onto Chapel Street, and this is the elevation that faces towards Chesterton Towers. So you can see here, this is the rooftop play area for the nursery, and these are the residential apartments back here. This is the proposed northwest elevation. So this is facing towards 1 Chapel Street. This is the front of the site here, Chapel Street here. And again, you can see the rooftop play area here with apartments to the rear. The existing northwest elevation is in the bottom right corner. This is the proposed northeast elevation. So this faces onto Chapel Street and this is the front elevation. And this is the proposed southwest elevation. So this is at the rear of the site. Comparison between the proposed and existing. So these are some CGIs. So this is looking from the high street towards the site. Again, you can see the front of the site here and the rest of the building. This is another CGI from Chapel Street. And another CGI from Chapel Street, a bit closer towards the site. So there's a number of reasons for refusal. The first one is heritage. The scale of the proposed building, conversions and extensions overwhelms and outcompetes the original building and would sit uncomfortably against the prevailing scale and massing of existing properties on Chapel Street and Church Street. The height and continual flat roof of the proposed extension is excessively larger in bulk and mass than the front section of retained building and is much larger than the surrounding fine-grained context of the area. For the above reasons, proposed would therefore adversely affect the character, special interests and the setting of the building of local interest, Chapel Building, harm the setting of the adjacent listed buildings, including the Grade 1 listed Cheston Towers, and harm the character and appearance of the Cheston Conservation Area. The level of harm would be moderate, less than substantial. The public benefits arising from the scheme, which would include investment in the repair of the building of local interest and in helping secure the retention of a viable nursery use on the site, do not outweigh the level of harm to the heritage assets identified. The proposal is therefore contrary to policies 55, 56, 58, 61 and 62 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018 and paragraphs 199, 202 and 203 of the NPPF 2021. Christian Brady from the Conservation team is also available at committee today to answer questions for members. So the second reason for refusal relates to external amenity area. So within the extension, units 1 and 2, which are ground floor units, so these units here, have their own front doors facing onto the passageway running alongside of the building. Also within the extension, there's a front door to the staircore, which is here, which provides access to units 4, 5, 8, 9, 12 and 13. These are all considered to be located within the extension and therefore considered to be new build units. So the second reason for refusal, policy 50 of the Cambridge Local Plan states all new residential units will be expected to have direct access to an area of private amenity space. Units 4, 5, 8, 9, 12 and 13, which are accessed from the extension, do not have direct access to an area of private amenity space. Units 1 and 2 and 3, which are these ground floor units, while they do have access to private external amenity space, considered to be poor, considering the limited space against these garages here. Failure to comply with policy 50 of the local plan. So I'll just run through these plans so you can see units 1, 2 and 3 on the ground floor with external amenity spaces here. That's the proposed first floor, so you can see unit 4, unit 8 and 9, unit 12 and 13. For the same reasons, reason 3, so because these units are accessed via the extension are considered new build, therefore they should comply with policy 51. So unit 3 relates to the failure to comply with policy 51 on accessibility. The fourth reason relates to overdevelopment. As the proposal fails to respect the surrounding heritage assets, provides poor future residential standards for residents and access issues for future residents, it's considered that proposal constitutes as overdevelopment of the site, contrary to policies 55 and 57, the Cambridge Local Plan. And the fifth reason is in relation to affordable housing in section 106. Officers have sought advice from an independent viability consultant in relation to the submitted viability assessment, but that is yet to be concluded. If the application is refused and subsequently appealed, officers would instruct an independent viability consultant to carry out the assessment, provide advice to the council. Following the conclusions of the consultant, there may be a requirement to amend or withdraw refusal reason 5 during the course of the appeal. Officers request delegated authority to deal with this. So the fifth reason would be the application fails to provide affordable housing and section 106 contributions contrary to policies 45 and 85 of the Cambridge Local Plan. So just touching on the amendment sheet, so following the submission of additional information, the lead local flood authority has removed their objection, recommends appropriate conditions to deal with drainage. Following the submission of further additional information, officers have discussed with environmental health team in terms of noise, and they've advised their objection has been overcome. Windows on the northern elevation would have to be fixed shut and make use of mechanical ventilation due to noise from the pub. The Haymakers, this approach has been accepted on other sites within Cambridge. However, members should be aware of this, especially when considering the fact that these units also don't have access to external amenity space. So the recommendation is refusal for the reasons that have been outlined. If the decision is subsequently repealed and if considered necessary, officers request delegated authority to amend or withdraw the fifth reason for refusal, which relates to affordable housing and section 106 contributions during the course of the appeal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lewis. So the first speaker is Janet Robertson. So Janet, if you want to come to the sort of speaker's seat there, public speaker, please. So you're the applicant. So the sort of microphone thing in front of you, Janet, you press the button on the right-hand side and it lights up red. And then you have 3 minutes to speak, and half a minute before the end, bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. So when you're ready, please.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. All buildings require a purpose, and the building that is 6A Chapel Street has delivered an unbroken offer of vital community facilities for the people of Chesterton and particularly their children throughout its life. As a small nursery dedicated to the family unit, Snap for Kids has operated as a de facto social enterprise from there for the past 22 years. We are rated good by Ofsted, employ and train 14 local people, and currently look after around 50 children from 0 to 4, many of whom considered our most vulnerable. The building is no longer fit for purpose. It is a climate catastrophe in itself. The fabric is fading fast, and we have no way to find 1.25 million it will take to make it good. Our plan to safeguard the future of our children, our community and our planet is to use the redundant space above our heads to finance the creation of a sustainable, biodiverse building offering much needed green homes and an exemplary early years setting with the potential of community use over weekends and evenings. In sharing this idea with our staff, our families, all of our elected members, and Daniel Zeichner, our MP, on his recent virtual visit, everyone has applauded it as an excellent concept and added their support to this application. We've not undertaken the concept lightly. Although not experienced in development personally, I hold an MSc in project management, and I am experienced in working with professionals to deliver large-scale projects. As such, the team of consultants and creatives we have gathered has brought the highest quality of consideration to this scheme and carefully developed it over the past 5 years, culminating in today's application. At the start of our engagement with the LPA, we were encouraged to participate in a pre-application process. Through dialogue extending to more than 12 months, we completely tried unsuccessfully to work with the planning team to seek their guidance and input. Sadly, our experience of the planning application process has not improved. Several unannounced changes in case officer, dysfunctional communication, inaccurate and untrue statements in the reports to this committee, and no significant weight ever given to the attributes of this scheme and the multitude of important policies it appears to comply with. However, we're resolved to save our building and act responsibly towards our custodianship of a valuable community facility. This application is our way forward. It may not be perfect, but it's an excellent idea and has excellent solutions in what it offers. It meets our Ofsted requirements, which guides so much of what we've had to do. It's green, biodiverse, sustainable, quality homes for our community, and a multitude of additional uses. We have a proposed building which the statutory consultees applaud as green, biodiverse, and exceeding the targets of the Council's sustainability policy. We're not asking for any public funds to deliver our vision. To reach this point, I have had to use significant private funds as a business recovers from the impact of pandemic. While we may be small, it's our aim to make a hugely beneficial difference, but we're now at point critical. It's almost too late. We've always wanted to work with the planning and conservation teams, and still do, and all we ask is the opportunity of getting off the starting blocks by receiving an approval today. The alternative, lost jobs, a lost community facility, a lost opportunity, and a lost building. For this building's future is in peril if we're not given permission to conserve it. Please do help us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Janet. So next we have Victoria Homer, who's the objector. Victoria's going to join us online. Hello, Victoria. Good morning.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine, thanks. So you have 3 minutes to speak. So when you're ready.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I own number 2 Chapel Street, also on behalf of the residents known as the number 1 and the resident of number 3. I agree with the planning officer's findings. The development is far too large for the site that is available. And we frankly have concerns not only for ourselves, but also for future residents of the flat and the other residents and users. And I'm going to be quite specific, unlike the quite general approach taken so far. So the road, Chapel Street, is in a very poor state of repair. It is narrow. My car was written off because someone hit it because the road is narrow. It's a cut through used regularly by cyclists, walkers for Arbury and King's Hedges. Residents don't park on the street. But during the weekday, it is always full, from the nursery, from the dentist, from the pub. So there is no space on the road. Adding new residents, even if not all of them park, there are a lot of flats there, movement and deliveries will cause more blocks, more delays and more damage, and that doesn't even include the time taken for the building work. We have concerns about safety and access. Again, our concerns are for the new residents, not just for ourselves. So everything, the bikes, the bins, the furniture, will have to go through that small side door. The bins for 13 flats will need to go out weekly. The council has stated there is not enough bike parking, let alone car parking. Noise issues. I noticed Lewis said that the noise issues are no longer a concern. I'm sorry, they are for residents. For the rest of the residents in the area. The noise assessment took place in lockdown and wasn't adequate. The impact of the noise on numbers 2 to 4 Chapel Street reference the back of the building, back of my building, not what happens in front of the chapel. There's the noise from the pub, which will affect the new flats, even with a noise easement, but there's also the intention to build a rooftop nursery, which will impact on the pub users and the rest of us. I work from home. The 2 residents and owners at number 1 work from home. Number 3 works shifts and has to sleep during the day. The pub is open at lunch. Noise during the day is still a disruption, even setting aside the frankly concerning safety implications of an open-air rooftop playground. All the local comments that have been made on the planning application system, so I'm talking about people in Chapel Street, Chesterton Towers, Church Street, the High Street, the pub, are objections. So the plans are not appropriate for the local area and the local residents. We are not against development in itself. We fully appreciate that the building needs repair. That's not the issue, but it's the scale of this. And I've read a lot in the paperwork. We've heard from the owner about the community facilities and the community use and the local resident support. I'm sorry, but looking at the weight of comments, those living in the immediate area are not for it. And it is clear from the scale that the aim here is profit and not community benefit. So while we do not object to other plans being put forward, we appreciate it needs development. This is not the right plan for Chesterton or for Chapel Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Councillor Ashton, you'd like to speak too. So if you'd like to come forward to the ward councillor spot there at the back. Hello, Mark. Okay. You're not a ward councillor, but I'm sure you'll talk about that in your introduction. Anyway, any councillors can speak on any item, so it's not really a matter of concern. So welcome, Councillor Ashton. You have unlimited time to speak.
Thank you, Chair, and this opportunity to address the committee. No, I'm not the ward councillor. As most people are aware, the ward councillors, Councillors Bird and Councillor McQueen are suffering sick at the moment. I've had a statement come from Michael Bond, the councillor for the ward. I had a chance to look at the documents associated with this project, and it does seem worthwhile and feasible. So I'm very happy to lend my support. I see there are some objections from people who live in neighbouring properties, but I would hope there could be sorted out by some minor adjustments to the proposals. So we've got commitment from all the ward councillors, the county councillor, and our local MP, Daniel Zeichner, has also had a virtual visit tour, and he is in favour of these proposals as well. Again, it's worth pointing out that we've had a letter from Chicken Shed, as people probably know as well, acknowledging support for these plans. Chicken Shed Theatre's Tales from the Shed and Planet Player programmes have been working with SNAP for kids for over the past 2 years, with the hope of being able to establish an ongoing working base in Cambridge within the newly developed community space at 6A Chapel Street. The biodiverse and green focus of the new building chimes very well with our priorities, and we are keen to be building and develop our early years and outreach programme with such an exciting building. Building a strong presence in Cambridge will allow Chicken Shed's aims to flourish in the heart of the city from our new base in Chesterton. Our vision is a society that enables everyone to flourish, and Chicken Shed's mission is to create entertaining and outstanding theatre that celebrates diversity and inspires positive change. I just want to remind people that Cambridge is the most unfair city in the country, and what we should be doing is, wherever possible, to make sure we give people the best possible chance in life. This building's been going for 22 years, reaching out to those people who need that extra help to get them sorted out. So the state of the building now, and I think you've seen pictures on the portal of how bad it is, how much it leaks. We've actually stated a climate emergency in Cambridge, and this plan now goes to sort out the problem with the climate that building has. Again, we want to make sure people have that first start. Now, again, they haven't sought to go on a fact packet to look at what they're doing. They've reached out to people who understand and work with these buildings. So they use Richard Owers, the architect, and Rich is the director and former chairman of Cambridge Association of Architects, somebody who understands our local plans, somebody who's aware of what we need to build to. The structural engineer was Leslie Gorn. Again, established a practice in 1988 to bring modern structural skills to the Cambridge area. Again, the heritage person, the director is Joanna Burton. She leads the practice, offering a high-quality personal heritage consultancy service. She was formerly heritage director at Barton Wilmore and head of heritage at Beacon Planning, and Joanna has a wealth of knowledge and experience. You've heard already that we're concerned about the heritage and conservation, and we would turn it down on that reason. Nobody from the planning office has visited Chapel Street to assess it. This lady came along and she took research going back to 1842 to take pictures of the children who used the building then. And she's used her knowledge to say why this building can be adapted to keep the heritage, to keep what's needed. So again, we're using experts in the field. On the fire side of it, we've heard about fire. We've used Michael Hubbard, who's got a multidisciplinary consulting set. And again, he knows our plans and what we need to do. Acoustic engineering regards about the noise. We've got somebody who understands all the policies there. Energy and sustainability. Again, 13 years of experience. Worked in Cambridge in the past with what we're doing. Ecology, people who understand our plans. Planning consultant, Carter Jonas, who again, who worked with us. And so the people who are involved in setting these plans are people who understand what the policies are regards Cambridge planning. And one of the things I found over the years is that planning is not a black and white area. I wish it was. There's a lot of grey areas which are open to interpretation. And that is the concern in this application. We have one lot of people who are interpreting the plans one way and another set of professional people interpret them another way. And you've got a difficult choice to try and say, which way should it go? And again, this application has suffered from misadministration. Only yesterday, an amendment was put forward because it hadn't had this viability study. And yet, the applicant had paid £6,300 to have that survey done and submitted. And this morning, you've heard, yes, it's been done, it's been found. But yesterday, it hadn't been found. Yesterday, it hadn't taken place. So there are major problems in the way this application has been dealt with. And I think that needs to be in your mind when asking the questions. You have a very difficult choice, and I've sat on planning myself, and I know it's not easy. But the choices you have today seem quite straightforward. You can reject this application, in which case the applicant has the right to go to appeal. And I think if you see some of the mistakes in administration that have happened, how would the planning inspector view that? We've already got an example there saying clause number 5, the 106 housing, that's the reason for refusal. But if you actually go against what is being asked of you, they want to take that reason out. Now, is it a reason for refusal or is it not a reason for refusal? You can't have it both ways. You can't put it in and then say, we'll take it out. So that's one choice. You can go with the officer's recommendation and say, right, here we go, we're going to agree, but it goes to appeal. Secondly, you could say, because of all what's gone on here, we need more information and time to digest it. And in the past, there have been deferrals. And I know as a planning committee, we have a backlog of stuff and we don't want to do those type of things. But it's something that in your own minds, if you're not quite sure the way to go, it's an option you have. And thirdly, and I would recommend, obviously I would recommend, is that you give approval to it with conditions that could be attached to it. And again, as has been said before, we've worked with the planning, or tried to work with the planning. And again, I just want to point out a couple of other things. On points 2 and 3, amenity and access, both were agreed in the pre-applications meetings with Lewis Tomlinson. Our original plans had balconies, and it was resolved that the concerns around the retention of the flow of the windows was more important. So we revised them, and they were removed and the idea agreed. Regarding lift access, that too was agreed and is not required due to constraints of the building. They were covered and signed off. So we've seen sometimes we're going backwards and forwards. And like I say, you've got a very difficult decision, and I appreciate that. But I think you need to look at what's happened, that this application was submitted well over 12 months ago, that the applicant wants to work with the council for the best for this building. And what we want to see is that in another 200 years' time, children are still using that nursery as they were in 1842. And we've had somebody who's gone along, looked at the building and seen what can be done to bring it up to date and best to go forward. So I ask you to go against the officer recommendation and pass it, maybe with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. So perhaps if you'd like to take your seat at the back again, thank you very much. Thank you for coming to speak. So, councillors, just before we get going, I'd just like to say a couple of things. So first, I'd encourage you to, this is a multifaceted application. There are lots going on in this application. So I'd encourage you and me to ask questions of the case officer to get to understand the scheme as well as you possibly can in conjunction with having read the report. Focus on planning matters, obviously, as we always do. And I want to ask a couple of questions before we get into the full debate as well, so we understand a few things. So I'm sort of leading by example there, you might say. So the lack of affordability, lack of affordable housing, Lewis, You did speak about that. I just wanted you to sort of basically say it again, just so we all completely understand what's going on there. We have a viability study from the applicant. We do not have our own viability study to compare with that. And I think it'd be useful if you could just explain that again, please, Lewis. Also, Lewis, the councillor spoke about the quality of administration, which of course is his prerogative, or anyone else's prerogative for that matter, and that's, concerning to hear about. But what I want to know is that a reason for review, a reason to make a decision on an item. Also, the councillor spoke about having not being able to he said, can't put it in and take it out. So that was about the affordable housing, and in terms of the reasons for refusal, there are 4, but the spoke about the option of one that might be a further reason for refusal, subject to, I think, our viability study, should we do one in the future. So if that's clear, Lewis, could you come back on those matters, please, first?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So on viability, so the applicant has submitted a viability assessment. There has been discussions with an independent viability consultant, but that hasn't reached conclusions. Basically, the viability assessment says due to kind of the cost of the refurbishment of the building, there is not viable to provide affordable housing or Section 106 contributions. Without a conclusion on the status of that viability assessment, officers have put forward a reason for refusal. The reasons why that's happened is because there's fundamental issues with other aspects of the scheme, such as heritage impacts, the amenity for future occupiers in terms of external amenity space, and also accessibility, and then an overarching kind of overdevelopment reason. So that's the reason why officers have put forward a reason for refusal on lack of affordable in Section 106. We've asked for delegated authority that if this application is refused today and the applicant decides to appeal the decision, officers will then need to get a conclusion from an independent viability consultant during the course of the appeal to understand whether the viability assessment is correct, and we agree with it, and therefore it overcomes the need to provide affordable housing and Section 106 contributions. There's also another part of the viability which relates to heritage. Paragraphs 8.14 to 8.17 in the officer report address this. Part of the viability put forward is an enabling argument, but that's normally in the respect of a listed building, where a listed building is in a state of disrepair and an applicant needs to generate revenue. The chapel building is not a listed building. It's a building of local interest, but we do acknowledge that it's in a poor state of repair and not efficient in terms of energy use. Obviously, there's a number of issues with the building, which I can go through if members wish me to. In terms of kind of the process of the application, I'm the 3rd case officer, so the original case officer left the planning department. Obviously, we do apologise to the applicant for that situation, the delays they've experienced, but obviously that sits outside the assessment of the planning application. Oh, sorry, Chair, was there anything else you wanted me to come back on?
Thanks, Lewis. No, that's much clearer, I think, but obviously councillors can ask further if they need more clarification. But don't go away yet, Lewis, because I was also going to just ask you if it might be useful for Christian, isn't it, the conservation officer, to speak to that part of the report before we get going. Obviously, councillors can ask the conservation officer through you questions anyway, but that's one of the main reasons for refusal, whether it might be useful for him to speak to his report. What do you think, Lewis? Is that a useful way of proceeding?
It might be best way to do it as questions arise. Just to touch back on that, so Christian Brady is a member of the conservation team. The conservation officer who provided a consultation response was Susan Smith. Both myself and Susan have visited the site during the pre-application process. It's just that Susan is in another meeting, so Christian is providing assistance today, but obviously he's completely up to speed with the application and the consultation response. But I would recommend Christian getting involved at the right time during the debate.
Thank you, Lewis. That's good. Okay, so over to you then, councillors, for questions. Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is it. Well, it's not particularly difficult. I agree with the principle of development. I agree that the nursery use is important. I agree in principle with converting some of the building to housing. I could potentially consider the viability issue and affordability. But I think for me, I agree with the case officer. But interestingly, actually, I think there may be another reason, unfortunately. And I feel, I'm not quite clear whether it's the nursery owner or a developer who's doing this, but we're being asked to support a community nursery, which I do, absolutely, 106 spaces, completely accessible with outdoor space, to reduce it to 86 spaces with no lift, split over 4 floors, and where the only accessible space, there's 28 metres covered on the ground floor, but I think 87 metres on the 4th floor. This means any children with developmental delay, with physical disabilities, and you know, it's very common for children to struggle with stairs. To me, I'm really sorry, I don't know, if this had come through with the ground floor as the nursery, actually for me that would be a big public benefit. I also think I'm correct, if I could ask the case officer, that there are no windows on the 2nd floor of the nursery. So, and to me, this is just, I appreciate what the Councillor Ashton was saying, but I don't understand. The priority for this building is the nursery, and that is absolutely right. But what we're doing is having a smaller, more constricted, non-accessible nursery, potentially not compliant with Equalities Act, because normally, as we've had in other discussions, the same facilities need to be able to be available to all users, so you could have different floors, but in this case, the garden area is not available. And this is the biggest concern for me. The NPPF says we have to find optimal viable use of the space. I think there is a solution that could achieve that, absolutely, with the nursery on the ground floor. But for me, this is removing the number of spaces. It's making the nursery less accessible, or indeed non-accessible. And I think that's where I'm stuck. I do also agree absolutely about the flats having no lift. I think the new build flats and the extension must have amenity space. You know, we've been absolutely concrete on that in other developments recently, as the planning officers know, so I agree with the case officer there. I also just wanted to check, Chair, and Nigel and Lewis, we'd had an email from someone representing CamCycle a couple of days ago. I just wanted to check that that had been noted somewhere in the report. They were suggesting that the cycle parking allocation wasn't correct. It was copied to planning. I can forward it to Lewis if needed. So yeah, I am sorry, because I want to support this as a community facility. I would support this, but in its current form for me, apart from all the issues with massing and the height, this is making a nursery less accessible. So that's kind of where I'm sitting at the moment. But I would be grateful for the officer's response on the windows on the 2nd floor, because there appear to be none for the nursery, if you look on the plans, unless I've misread them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we'll do what we normally do, Lewis, and collect up questions for you to answer later on. But can you just answer that one question first now that Councillor Poor has raised? So that's the change in the facility that's offered at Snap Nursery. So in terms of the smaller space, 4 floors, no lift, all that sort of thing. Is that, you know, what I'm saying, is it a planning matter? What sort of weight?
Thank you, Chairman, for you. So we have addressed the space of the nursery in paragraph 8.18 of the report. So there is a loss of 165 square metres. And yes, the nursery facility is now distributed across 4 floors at the front of the building. Um, uh, Obviously, the applicant has submitted what they think is the requirement, and that's something we have to take into account. So that doesn't form any part of a reason for refusal. It's definitely a consideration, but this is what the applicant says they require in terms of space. And there's no local plan standard or policy where that would conflict. Can I just come back on the windows just to make sense?
You may have to say it again in a minute if another councillor asks a similar question, but go ahead. Yeah, you lead.
Yeah, sure. If I just share my screen quickly and just show. So this is the second floor plan for the nursery. There are windows, so you can see at the top and the bottom of the plan. And if I just move through to the elevation, so sorry, let me just stick my pointer on. There's windows here. They're just high level windows, but there are windows on the second floor for the nursery.
So you finished?
Yes, thank you,
Yeah.
Chair.
Councillors.
Well, much of what I wanted to say, Councillor Puri has covered. First question, I am a little confused. Who owns the building and who owns the nursery? Is there a separation? Can we guarantee that if this application were to be accepted, that the current nursery, or the planned rather nursery area, was retained as a nursery and the use were not changed to something else? I'm also very concerned about the layout of this nursery over 4 floors. I can't see where there's a kitchen. Are there enough loos? I'm surprised there's no lift. Personally, and I've said something about the 3rd floor, the street scene. Now, this is an area I do know well because I used to live on the high street. I think this actually, the plans that, and the plans that were sent out in paper form actually hide the size of the massing and scale of this somewhat. I think it's actually going to be more than is shown, but that's a perception, I understand that. I'm really concerned about the amenity space. I'm unhappy to hear that balconies were in are not in, but there seems to be no amenity space on the upper floors for the flats, no lifts, so they're not M42 compliant. I had said that I'd like more information on the PV, but it does look as though there's a good amount on that. So the energy use is reasonably good. Now, I assume this is, of course, a single skin wall, but what I'd really like to have seen is something that was more in keeping, as this is a building of local interest. This is the size, but scale, massing, just seems too much for the area. I'm also extremely concerned that it doesn't meet the requirement for social housing. Yeah, and I'm also concerned the way that the flat roof steps up. At the moment, you've got like a bit at the front, then a third, and then, it's actually each step is longer than the previous one. And I don't want to be designing or redesigning on the hoof, but I would have liked to have seen something like that. Also very concerned about the amount of cycle parking for the nursery and for the housing. I know that road outside, and it is usually parked up completely with cars going to the dentist. I don't know where else the car park is going, who else is using it, but it's also quite tight. It's a narrow road with a steep camber. So I would also be really worried about, during the build and afterwards, how car parking would be managed. So I'm just unhappy with this plan, because I would certainly support the idea of repurposing buildings, making them more energy efficient. Biodiversity, I'm not sure that there was much on that, so I'd like a comment on, if you could clarify on that. So that's some of my views. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. I'm aware that we're getting lots of points, so I don't want to overload Lewis with so many questions to answer. Perhaps we'll have one more councillor, Councillor Thornborough.
The speakers who've come today in support and also against. It's good to hear all the views. I think the...
Just a bit closer to your microphone, would you please, councillor? Thank you.
I won't repeat. The points raised already are of concern. I wonder if there's also been a question about whether there was a way conditions could be put on that would make the scheme acceptable. And in the past, there are amendment conditions to it is possible to amend to put a condition on to amend a scheme. But does the case officer consider that such a condition would enable the concerns to be met under this scheme? I really support the idea of continuing use as a nursery, but my concerns are the amenity space for the future users of the flats. I don't mind the flat roof at the back. I'm a bit concerned about the effect of the raised roof at the portion at the front. But I just wondered whether an amendment to reduce the number of flats and maybe expand the floor area of the nursery is something that could be considered. Thanks.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Gorsuch-Wood, you wanted to add something else?
My other concern is that if this were to go ahead, this particular application, the flat dwellers would then wish, would then wish noise from the pub to be reduced. Now, that's the Haymakers. That has, during lockdown, was used by the Red Hen, which is another local charity working with children. And my concern as well is that, my concern is that the flat dwellers would then try to restrict the way the pub operates. And of course, with lockdown, what they've been doing is using the garden a lot. And that pub has been around for a very long time. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor. So I'm going to go back to Lewis now to answer those questions, and then we can come back to councillors for a second round of questions after that. Lewis. Just to say, I hope everyone's comfortable in the room. It's getting a bit chilly with the windows open. I'm going to put my coat on, but everyone else seems okay, looks like. Yep, okay. Back to you then, Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'll try to do these in order. So there was a question about whether we could condition the nursery use. If members were minded to approve the application and we're looking at appropriate conditions, I think officers would definitely want to condition that the nursery facility was secured, because it's in order to ensure the restoration of the retained historic fabric. So yes, I think we could condition that. There was a question about whether there were toilets for the nursery. There is. I'll just share my screen. Just bear with me 1 second. So you can see on the screen in front of you, there are toilets for the nursery on the ground floor, toilets for the nursery on the first floor, second floor, but not on the third floor. So they're on the ground floor, first floor, and second floor. There was a question over cycle parking. Councillor Pora mentioned Cam Cycle, which I haven't seen. So if that could be sent to me, I can consider that and come back on that point later on in discussion. In terms of biodiversity, so given the nature of the existing site, there's very limited opportunities to enhance the biodiversity on the site. It's filled with 2 buildings and hard landscaping. If the application was being recommended for approval, a condition could be included to secure biodiversity enhancement, but the baseline is so poor at the moment. There is very limited opportunities. Just wanted to touch on sustainability. So the sustainability officer was consulted and they did support the application. It's quite high sustainability credentials. Obviously, it's officers' views that these benefits of the scheme don't overcome the harm. In terms of, Councillor Thornborough asked a question about amendment to conditions, a condition about amendments. So obviously we can't redesign the scheme in front of us. Conditions can only really require additional information in terms of design, or it's like a notwithstanding the approved plans, a very small minor detail that isn't considered material. So no, we can't redesign the scheme in front of us. We need to assess the scheme in front of us today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lewis. So just to, I want to make sure we have the right answers to the right questions. So we don't normally engage in debate with speakers, Councillor, and we don't have points of order either. Councillor. Councillor, if you want to come to the microphone and say the thing you just said again, so that people listening online can hear what you said, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There was a question raised and a very relevant point about cycle parking, and it was asked for the planning officer what the views were regards to cycling provision. And my understanding from the answer was that they hadn't received anything about the cycling. And if they could send that over, it could be discussed. My understanding was we can't be doing things. It's been submitted in the application. And this is what the concern was about this application, that there's been a lot of misinformation going around about this application.
I'll just stop you there, Councillor. You've made your point. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes till 11:25 and decide what we need to do about that. Thank you very much, Councillor. So, Councillors, we'll just have a break here for 5 minutes to decide the best way forward. Don't discuss the item. We're still in the middle of the item. If you want to get a cup of coffee or go to the loo, that's fine, but come back for 11:25, please. Oh, we're not, if we can go live. So just to say to anyone listening online that we've just had a short adjournment because of an issue that cropped up, and Nigel Blazeby, delivery manager, is going to speak about that now.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The reason for the adjournment was to consider this point around CamCycle's comments. And really, the says we have not assessed CamCycle's comments. That may potentially result in a recommendation for a further reason of refusal. So my recommendation to you now is that we defer this application to go away to properly consider those comments, and also in light of the viability issues that have been raised and about the unresolved nature of those issues, that would also give us the opportunity to resolve those and bring this application back to committee. Members, it's a matter for you, but that's my recommendation. Thank you.
So thank you for that, Nigel. I'd like to propose that we defer the item on that basis. Yes, Councillor Bora.
Could I ask as well, I think I queried about the Equalities Act and the issue of access. Would that be something you could also report back on at the next meeting? Just in terms of the open space being only accessible without a lift at the top? Because my understanding is that it may not be a material planning issue, but I appreciate comments if we are deferring anyway. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Was there anything else anyone wanted to say before we... Councillor Coulthropwood.
I don't know whether this is appropriate now, but I was also concerned that the lack of kitchens in the design for the nursery.
Okay, Councillor. Well, at the moment, we're probably not in debate mode as we're talking about deferring, but thank you for that. Councillor Bagent.
Chair, could we stay in debate mode just a little longer? I didn't get the opportunity to speak, and I think that I'd like to say something before we defer.
What end, Councillor, if I may?
Well, I think that it's pretty clear from the way the committee is moving that there's concerns about certain parts of this application. And if I were to make a judgment, I would think that that's probably going to lead to usual. It may be well that if I was to add some comments as well, that the people that submitted the application may want to take the opportunity, if we defer, to reconsider some of the things in the application.
Say your piece, Councillor.
Thank you. Like my colleagues, I really believe in this sort of community project. I'm really pleased that the people concerned with the development of it are here to talk to us, and I listen carefully to their words. The snag is that some of the things in the application are probably unacceptable to this committee. That will then lead to it being rejected. Yes, it can go to appeal, but I don't think an appeal on this, in this particular location, would be upheld, but that would be up for the inspector. So I'd like to say that I think that some careful consideration about getting the nursery onto one floor, that the toilet's on the 3rd floor, or there are no toilets for the nursery on the 3rd floor, the fact that there's no lift, and that the majority of children not great on stairs, even though they might get up them all right, their parents have difficulty keeping up with them sometimes, or actually getting them to walk up, and there'll be push chairs and all sorts of things. The lack of outside space to the accommodation all suggests a difficulty for this committee to accept it. The Conservation Officer has made some points. We, as a committee, can override what the Conservation Officer is saying and the Planning Officer, but are less likely to do so if there's a number of other factors involved as well. So I just wanted to say that, Chair. I would just like, I hope that the applicants can hear what I'm saying and think if this committee decides to defer, about how they might want to look at it again, because nobody wants to turn down something for a community use. Nobody wants to turn down housing. You know, we want to provide our city with the best facilities in the world, and we don't want a decaying church either. But I just thank you for that opportunity to say that. I won't go on anymore.
Thank you, Councillor. So because I've let you speak, I'm going to now let Councillor Floorbearer speak because you want to speak too.
Thank you very much, Chair. My comments are going to be very short. I would like some information on the officer point number 2, lack of external
Just to say, Councillor Floorbearer,
amenity.
sorry to interrupt, but we're not going to be interrogating the officer any further, I don't think, at this time. So if you want to say anything anyway for everyone to hear, including the applicant, that's good. But since I have proposed that we defer this item in relation to what the Nigel has said, then that's what I want to do, to defer if I get a seconder. But I'm quite happy for you to say what you need to say now so that everyone can hear, if you understand what I mean.
Yes, Chair, thank you, I'm sorry. Then in that case, I would like just to make a point that this application, I'm slightly confused because it seems like the improvement for the nursery, it's not so obvious. And also I'm concerned about the loss of heritage of the building. It's very important. I think it's going to be completely changed. I appreciate that the building needs some refurbishment, but I see that the change is going to be very significant. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So do I have a seconder for my proposal? I do, okay. So just before we do that, I'll just say that we have had an ongoing debate here. It's been a good debate thus far. We've sort of stopped mid-debate, really, with questions without answers. And all of that will be remembered, I'm sure, for next time round when we have a full debate from the beginning again. We're not going to stop any debate. We'll do the whole thing again when we come back to committee. And any questions that are outstanding now will be picked up then. For example, the question that Councillor Goldthorpe Wood asked about whether the use of the nursery could be conditioned going forward. So in perpetuity, potentially, I suppose, Lewis, was the question there. All of that, hopefully, councillors can pick up again, but also the officers have heard all of that and we'll start from the beginning next time. So I've got a seconder. The proposal is that we defer this item for the reasons outlined by Delivery Manager Nigel Blaseby. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair.
So this item is deferred. Thank you. Councillor Ashton, you've got your hand up. It's not really the sort of meeting where you come and chat.
Good. Thank you very much for reaching what seems a good decision at this stage. Just so we know exactly what people can and can't do with this deferral, can the applicant speak to the planning officer to go over some of these points that have been raised? So when it comes back, it can be clearly said who owns the nursery, which the applicant does. It can be mentioned why lifts might be appropriate, and the nursery organisations are happy with that. So we just want to make sure that the applicant can actually sit down, as Councillor Bagent said, and maybe discuss with the planning officer, or are we coming back as we are with what we've got?
Thank you, Councillor. So just to reiterate, this isn't really the sort of forum for you to be asking those sorts of questions. The applicant would speak to the case officer about any questions that they had. However, since we're all here and you've said it anyway, I'll ask Nigel Blaseby to answer that question.
Thank you, Chair. So as the application is deferred, it will come back again and be completely considered again. So it's not inappropriate for further discussion to take place with the case officer, between the case officer and the applicant. The whole thing considered again. Thank you.
Just to
Thank you for clarification.
Thank you to you speakers and to the lady online that spoke to us as well. I've not got the name in front of me. It was Victoria, wasn't it? So thank you.
Yeah,
Victoria.
can I just ask one thing Sorry, but can we have more notice next time of the next meeting? Because it was very difficult to find time around a work schedule.
Thank you for coming to speak in that case then, online, and I'll pass it on to officers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Okay. Right, so as I say, this item is deferred. The next item is a minor item. That was the only major item of today. It's not 12 o'clock yet, so I think we'll probably carry on, councillors. We've had a short break. Are you all okay with that? I can't see anyone shaking their head. So the next item is item 6. Next item is item 6, Cambridge Rugby Union Club, Manchester Road. And the case officer is Tom Gray. No public speakers on this item, so Tom, when you're ready to speak.
Can
Hey,
you
Tom.
hear me okay?
A bit louder, yeah, that's a bit closer,
Yep.
That's good.
Great. I'll just share my screen now.
Not quite loud enough, Tom.
Okay, is that better?
Yep.
Yeah.
Project.
Okay, I'll just share my screen. Can you confirm that you can see my slides,
Yes,
Chair?
see it, thanks. What's the text?
Thank you. So just a couple of updates before I start the presentation. The update is that there'll be an amendment to the recommended conditions, condition 4, which would now require cycle parking details to be provided to the LPA and submitted and approved in writing, and condition 17, just to delete that first section which states unless otherwise agreed. So those are the two updates in terms of the recommended conditions. Okay, so this is proposal for an extension to the rugby club building to create a new children's nursery together with associated infrastructure and landscaping. Here is the site location plan. I'll just change my pointer. Okay, so here's the site location plan at the top left. The existing rugby club pavilion here. And here's the existing site access that goes onto Grantchester Road that then meets to the further north onto Barton Road. The application site is in the Cambridge Greenbelt. It is protected open space, and there are statutory protected trees around the site. It is in flood zone 2 and 3, and there is surface water flooding identified within the site. So one important material consideration with this application is the extant permission that exists for the site that was granted permission in 2014 under this reference number. The extant permission related to an extension to the existing building to provide changing rooms for the rugby club. Phase 1 of this extension has been completed and is evidenced in these pictures to the bottom right and the aerial imagery to the left-hand side. Phase 2 is yet to be complete, but but it has that extant permission, so it could be implemented at any time. The proposed extension is slightly larger in width and footprint than that granted in 2014. These elevations show that it's very similar in design to that extant consent, but just would be slightly larger as mentioned. This is from the east and west elevations. And this is the proposed ground floor plan, which shows this dotted line here shows where the extant permission footprint goes up to. So everything to the right of that has permission. To the left of this dotted line, approximately 3.4 meters in width is the marginal increase in width that this permission would be granted. The proposed roof plan. This is the proposed site plan. So this shows that there is some cycle facilities, and there'll be some new provision, increased provision here. There is sufficient car parking as well on the site, and there would be sort of people would access the facility by coming along here and up these ramps here to access the facility. Some 3D images showing what it would look like. So the considerations in terms of the actual structure is the principle of development in relation to the greenbelt. So it's considered that taking into account the extant permission that exists and the marginal increase, it would meet the exception criteria for it not to be considered as inappropriate development in the greenbelt. The openness would be preserved. It would not result in a loss of open space in terms of the recreational value. It would be built in an area of hard standing or a current storage area, so it wouldn't affect the actual playing fields. It would reflect the built form and be sympathetic to the rural character of the area. Going on to the provision of the children's nursery, the education report has been submitted to support the application. This demonstrates there is a local need in the area, and it's well placed next to residential properties and close to existing university colleges. And it would generate more car trips. This is considered modest, and would have appropriate cycle facilities and be within an acceptable walking and cycling distance. This table indicates what the capacity is for those within facilities within 2 mile radius of the application site, showing that only 2 of the 8 nurseries currently have capacity for nursery places. Other matters to consider is highways. There's been no objections raised by the local highways authority or the transport assessment team. There'd be an improved footway and pedestrian access at along Grantchester Road to encourage pedestrian access to the site. There is surface water and flood resilience measures to be conditioned. Tree protection plan to also be conditioned. There'll be a biodiversity net gain and a green roof condition, and also cycling storage to be conditioned too. So the key considerations are the principle of development in the green belt, the openness of the green belt, design, the local need for nursery provision, neighbour immunity impact, highway safety impacts, and other matters, such as trees, biodiversity, and drainage. So it's recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom. No speakers, councillors. Councillor Gorthrope-Wood.
Well, I think we can recognise there is a need for nurseries in Cambridge. My concerns are really about its access and access for pedestrians. What I wasn't clear about, pedestrians and cyclists, and supporting active travel, obviously. Grantchester Road can be a little bit hairy. I think we're into the speed limited area, but it's not the 20-mile-an-hour zone, I think. So if you could clarify on that. And then the other thing is there a path into the site from the northwest? Some of I think its objectives have said something about there being a farm track going out to the west. I'm concerned about making it easy for people to come in, cycle in with cargo bikes, with the child trailer, and walking to this site. So that's the first thing. Could we beef up the biodiversity gain further? Energy. What's the heating type, and are there any solar PV on the roof? Thank you.
Just to be clear, councillor, when you say beef up the biodiversity gain, do you mean, what do you mean?
I'd like more details on that, if that could be clarified, please.
More details, thank you. Councillor Thornborough?
Yeah, my question is about biodiversity, because in paragraph 6.4, the Natural Conservation Officer does suggest 10%. And if that can't be done within the existing red line, then the red line could be extended, because they've got more space. And I think in consideration that this is in the green belt and there is a loss of some protected open space, I think it's very important that we get at least the 10%. And Councillor Gorthrop-Woods covered my other points.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Bagent.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like it to be made very clear about how people will be able to walk and cycle to this site on a separate route, a separated route from where cars might be travelling. I think that's really important. I agree about the biodiversity. I also have this sort of sneaking thing in my head about, not dissimilar to something that happened on Wednesday, that here we have a different use. And we have a sports club, which may or may not pay council tax. And now we've got a nursery, which is a profit-making, definitely a profit.
Just to say, councillor, this is not a planning matter, I'm afraid.
No, it's not. I'm just making comment, Chair. I'm using this public forum to actually say, should we be allowing things to be built on greenfield sites that are not actually associated with the use of the premises? At some time, somebody said, oh, a sports club on a greenfield site, that's a good idea. Yeah, we agree with that. And that makes a lot of sense because it's green. But now somebody's bringing in a nursery. What would happen if they started, I don't like this creep. I'm just concerned about it. I'm just raising the point.
Yep, thank you, councillor. I mean, on the back of that, I'll just add my point, which is that point, really. So in 8.5, it says that paragraph 138 of the NPPF 2021 states that the Greenbelt serves 5 purposes. And the first one is what you just spoke about, councillor, which is to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas. Presuming that the case officer is content that this is not the case here, but I'm slightly questioning that myself. And just while I'm speaking, I'll just also say that I'm concerned about access to the site. So I know the site quite well. I've used it myself, various reasons. And so the sort of road that goes around the corner of the site to the buildings is not a very, well, my last memory of it when I saw it last wasn't a very good quality road. And it could have, there could be conflicts there between cyclists, pedestrians and car users. And my fear, I suppose, is that I hope not, but that users of this proposed facility will drive along this track to drop off their children in the car and then drive away. And to me, that would not be an appropriate operation of the site. I'd prefer to see people walking or cycling along that track, or, you know, whatever. I mean, couldn't the facility have some sort of transportation system, a little train or something for the children to ride on, or you know, I'm almost not joking. I mean, why couldn't there be something to make it fun and interesting and nice to go to nursery rather than just being in your parents' car and then having to be dumped out the car? So I'm making my point. So who's next? Councillor Pora.
Chair, I've got a few points, hopefully mostly minor. Could I just clarify with the officer, he was asking us to delete condition 4 in his updated amendment. I didn't quite get that, and just the reason for that. Secondly, this is pedantry, but informative number 2, could we remove the reference to his and maybe make it there, as there are females who do occasionally read informatives as well as males. That's a minor point. Yeah, I just wondered if the officer could talk about where people would park. And also, because this is a new building, can we condition an EV charger? Or at least informative, if we can't condition, please. Also, just to check that the officer is satisfied there's enough space for cargo bikes, because obviously a nursery by definition is going to attract people with kids in their bike. And certainly if we want to discourage car usage, if there's nowhere to put your cargo bike, that's not going to help. Related to that, could we condition a traffic management plan? I noticed the officers said that they have addressed the traffic issues where they've done the counts coming in and out, but I think that this would be reasonable to ask for a traffic management plan, particularly one focusing on more sustainable modes, which is why I'm raising the cargo bikes. I just want to check on the plan that Tom put up, there was a sort of outside covered space. Is that included in the 3.9 metres extra, or is that additional to the 3.9 metres that they're pushing out to that side? So I wasn't quite clear if that was included or whether that was sort of an extra bit. And again, the tree officer is asking for conditions. The officer's saying not, so I wondered if they could just elaborate on that. And I had one last point, which I just need to look up because I have helpfully written the number down and not why I put it there. Bear me 1 minute. Well, come back to me on that one, Chair. I'll look it up. Thanks.
So, Councillor Pora, I'm just looking at condition 4. It's not actually called a condition in the report. It's recommendation 9.0, then 9.1, officers recommend, and then under that it starts at 1, but I presume those are the conditions. So condition 4, on my computer, doesn't seem to say his, but am I looking at the
Oh, no,
right
sorry,
one?
it was condition 4 that the officer suggested in the amendment.
Oh, I'm
And it was
sorry.
informative 2, beg your pardon, that has the his. Sorry, it's an informative that has the
That's
his.
fine, thank you. Okay, we'll sort that in a minute. Okay, next, anyone speaking? No, okay. To you then, Tom. Sorry, back to you, Tom, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. If I share my screen, I think the first point was about the pedestrian cycle access. So the applicant has submitted a transport statement to indicate what the improvements will be made to the actual site access, and I'll share that now. So one of the changes would be to increase the footway width on this bend here, and also to create a separation between the actual cars travelling along the access road and what pedestrians and cycles would use. As the councillor pointed out, there is a secondary access to the northwest of the site. I think it's around sort of this area, might be a little bit further up. But there is this sort of path.
Sherry, Tom, I can't see anything on the screen.
I apologise.
Pointer or something?
Can you see it now? sorry, the bit I
You
think.
can see the Google Earth or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, that's right.
Can
Yeah.
you indicate which bit you're talking about with a laser pointer, because we can't see the white arrow, please?
I'm not sure I can do it on actual Google Earth.
Oh, okay, if you can't do it, no
But-
worries. Just take a bit more time to make
Yeah,
sure we
that's
understand.
absolutely fine. So there is a secondary access from the site here to this path
Yeah, yeah.
that runs to the north. So that is a secondary pedestrian access to the site. In terms of the speed zone along Grantchester Road, the site entrance was within a 20-mile-an-hour zone. It does, to the south of the site access, it does go into a 40-mile-an-hour zone. The biodiversity net gain, the Nature Conservation Officer was satisfied. Let me just find it in the report. So 6.4, paragraph 6.4, content with the biodiversity net gain assessment, providing a net gain for the proposals. The applicant has shown that they can achieve a 10%. They're actually in the biodiversity net gain report. They say that they can achieve a 33% net gain. So with the biodiverse reef system, I'm satisfied that they'll be able to achieve that more than 10%. The heating type, I'm not entirely sure what the heating type is for the nursery, to be honest. I know that they haven't proposed any solar panels, so I'm not sure on that point. In terms of the area to be used for cycle storage, there is some area to the north of the rugby pavilion to allow for additional cycle storage. I can, if I share my screen, I can point you direction of the site plan. So there is some proposed cycling facilities here. There's potential for a cargo area, sort of trailer area here. That isn't being used for anything at the moment. There is lots of car parking facilities as well in the site in terms of answering that question. In terms of condition 4, that would be an amendment to condition 4. It wouldn't be deletion of that condition of number 4. It would just be that amendment to the wording on this. Show you this first. So it'd be just an amendment to have this wording instead of the wording within the report. Certainly can change the informative, that slight change in the wording of that. That's no problem. The EV charging point, I probably could put an informative on there. I would say that would probably be my recommendation. That it would encourage the electric vehicles. Traffic management plan. I think that could reasonably be included. I think although in terms of space within the site, there is lots of space for storage and things like that. And but certainly in terms of a traffic management plan, if members are mind to approve this, that could be included. The measurement of the canopy. The 3.4 meters does not include the canopy. The canopy is approximately 1.89 meters in depth. I think that's all the questions, but if I've not covered anything, then I'm happy to clarify anything.
I can see your hands up, councillors. I've made a note. So you didn't mention anything to do with National Planning Policy Framework Greenbelt use thereof. Perhaps you could just speak about. Obviously, you think it's fine because you recommended it, but I'm questioning it. So, isn't it creeping development on Greenbelt site, Greenbelt land?
In terms of the MPPF, I'm satisfied that it meets the criteria for the exception criteria that it falls within. Although it might be considered sort of an addition to the green belt, it does meet the criteria within the MPPF to be considered appropriate development.
Right, thanks for that. Yep, so that's more questions, I think. I've seen hands up, and I'll just say my bit as well first. So I see you presented that there were 5 existing cycle hoops and there are going to be 3 extra ones. This is quite a biggish development in terms of cycling use. That doesn't seem enough. Is there any policy compliance that isn't being met there? And in terms of the question that came up about solar panels, is the lack of solar panels policy compliant? And also, just going back to the cycle racks, they're completely in the wrong place, really, isn't it? Aren't they, really, practically speaking? Because you're going to have to park your cycle, then walk all the way around the building to the other side to actually get into the building. I mean, that's the applicant's choice to say where they want to put them, the 3 extra ones, but doesn't seem very useful. And I presume nursery is for children aged up to 4, so they could be cycling themselves with their parents, and they might want to lock their bicycle up. But I can't see anywhere that they would do that except in these 3 extra cycle racks. And staff as well. Right, Councillor Thornborough.
I can't see any reference to BREEAM Excellent, which I think we require for new buildings. This is an extension, but I think we should expect that, and I think that should be a condition. I'm concerned that we don't know what the boiler is, and I'd like to have an informative in suggesting that it's based on the condition that we discussed on Wednesday, to say that if it's not fossil fuel, it needs to be, they need to show that it's adaptable for non-fossil fuel heating.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll come back to that in a minute. I want to make a point on that. So, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Concur with the points that Councillor Thornborough has raised. It looks to me that, you know, the orientation certainly on the southern side would be absolutely ideal for solar panels, but we know that they perform very well, better than the models in Cambridge anyway, even if they're not in the best orientation. So please could we support that, maybe put an informative or a condition like Katie. I'm a bit concerned about the energy, the boiler type. Then on this northwest path, is it a right of way? Would there need to be some section 106 money to improve it? Because that looks a good way, a safe way to access the site. And I would like to see, given that there are 12 staff and 32 children that are proposed, that, there should be more cycle parking hoops. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. More? Nope. So perhaps, Tom, you could just respond to those 2 points about asking for things like solar panels and larger radiators that we don't ask for in policies that we lay out for applicants, and even as an informative, is that fair? And also, could there be an issue there in terms of asking for something like bigger radiators if the applicant actually wants to use a different sort of heating system that doesn't involve radiators, for example? So I'm just a bit concerned that we're dictating how the applicant should organise their scheme rather than considering what they put in front of us. So that's my point, Tom. Okay, Councillor Flaubert.
I wonder if you could share with us where the nursery is going to be, maybe on the Google map around Grantchester Road, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, back to you then, Tom.
Okay, so I think the first question was policy compliance in terms of cycling. I'm just double checking the requirements in our local plan, and come back to you shortly on that. The alternative means of energy, so solar panels. I think I don't think there's any requirement for it in terms of this type of application. Certainly would affect perhaps the biodiverse green roof as well. But in terms of the BREEAM standards, I'm not entirely sure on that point. Perhaps Nigel can clarify that. The path that runs to the north, adjacent to the site, I don't believe it's a public right of way. It does serve the Cambridge Tennis Club to the west of the site. So I believe it might actually be like a private way, but I'm not entirely sure on that. But I can get back to you on the cycling provision and the compliance of that, if that's okay.
This question from Councillor Flaubert about the location on Google Maps.
Yeah. Yes, I'll show you Councillor Google Maps once again.
You say, Tom, I couldn't hear.
Yeah, I'm just sharing my screen now.
We can see the map now, Tom.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, there is a bit of a lag time between sharing my screen and what's been presented. So this is where the nursery provision would be, nursery building here. and it would extend sort of, so it would have a sort of an outside area down here as well.
Okay, councillors, and if you have any further questions or questions that haven't been answered, if you're okay, then Tom, I'm just going to ask Nigel to answer or further answer that question you picked up and referred to Nigel, planning delivery manager. So that's about sustainability. Oh, I've got my mask on, haven't I?
Committee on Wednesday, this condition was proposed. And I said that as officers we would go away and consider the appropriateness of using such a condition. I have Sharon Brown, Assistant Director, and the general view is that in most cases it will be too onerous and there are concerns about its enforceability. There may be particular sites and particular instances where it's appropriate, but as a sort of general use condition, we don't feel it is appropriate. And my officer view. Thank you, Chair.
So that Nigel, Councillor Thornborough, did you want to come back on that?
Well, I accept that for now, but I think we should discuss this with the sustainability officer as well, going forward. Thank you.
So, Councillor, you are the Executive Councillor for Planning, so you can certainly bring forward policy if you think that's the best thing to do. But did you want to say anything further, Nigel?
Only that's exactly what Sharon Brown suggested as well, that we get together and discuss this further. Sorry, I should have said that earlier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, going back to my previous question, has everybody had their questions answered, or do they want to ask further questions? And remembering that, Tom, you're still going to answer a question you were finding the answer to, weren't you? Yeah. So, Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, as on Wednesday, can I ask the officer if we'd be willing to add an informative as an interim on the, in effect, the condition Councillor Thornborough's proposed, just as an informative, just so they're aware of that, because I think that would be useful. Yes, I'm definitely supportive of the informative rate electric vehicle charging, so if the officer members are happy, I'd like to have that included. I'd like the officer to comment, if possible, on the feasibility of whether either under condition 4 or as part of the traffic management plan, we could urge or force, depending on what you think, more cycling provision to be at the other end of the development. I'm afraid my eyesight has failed me and I can't read what the 3 squares are after the end of the site. I apologise. Clearly I need new glasses. But there does seem to be some space after the garden where perhaps cycles could go. So I'd be grateful for the officers and Nigel's advice on how best we could either condition or at least encourage that via perhaps linking condition 4 to the traffic management plan. And finally, condition 10 quite rightly restricts the use to nursery creche. Can I just double check that that does mean that this can't be used at weekends and evenings for events, either related to the rugby club or kids' parties or whatever, which is my understanding that it could only be used as a nursery for the conditioned hours and nothing else outside. But I just wanted to be clear because I know all the use classes have changed a bit recently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Perhaps they'll be playing rugby, who knows? Any more questions? Yes, Councillor Bagent.
Chair, please forgive me. I might have got a bit confused here, but I'd like to know, did the officer say there was a direct separate route for cycles and then pedestrians from the main road to this site? And first question, is this whole area a sort of free park your car wherever you like area? Because now there is a change of use associated with the nursery that wouldn't be acceptable because children run around and they move and they don't always do what they're supposed, we hope that they would do. And if there's cars all over the place, they'll find that very difficult. We need to make a provision for that to avoid any possibility of a tragic accident. See, did we agree that there would be cycle provision down by the actual nursery rather than this thing that's way away from it? And could we have some covered cycle provision for the staff? Bicycles. I think that these things are easy to construct, but easy to miss. It's virtually, compared with the cost of this, it's insignificant, but we need we need to encourage the staff to arrive by bike, not to come by car. This is all part of our new scheme. And so I want to know, is there a clear route segregated for pedestrians and cyclists? And can we have some proper cycling provision down by the nursery? Thank you. Because we can condition that.
Thank you, Councillor. Good points. Councillor Phil Barron.
I have a question because this construction is in a green belt. I wonder if maybe the lawyer could answer that because I'm not sure. We could have a provision that this site is going to be used for the nursery and that in the near future it's not going to be changed for something completely different. Is that something that we can do?
Thank you. That's a good question. So use class, is it conditioned? I think that's the question. Right. I think that looks like that then. So Tom, if you could answer those questions, please. Oh, yeah, actually that's it. Yeah, I've had my question asked already. So over to you, Tom.
Okay, thank you. So the first point was about the cycle spaces, coming back to that. Yes, it does comply with policy in terms of the number of cycle spaces for children and staff. I take the point of its proximity to the nursery. We could put informative or something on the any approval that encourage the relocation of cycle storage close to the south of the application site and adjacent to the nursery. But in terms of that as well, it is noted that there is 5 existing hoops which is used for the rugby club as well. So we could put an informative though to encourage the applicant to submit details to us to have the cycle provision close to the nursery. That I think that would be appropriate. The opening hours, they are conditioned. I think it's condition 17. I think. So the nursery use would only be allowed to operate between 8 AM and 6 PM Monday to Friday, and the use class is restricted to just nursery or creche use. So if they were intending to use it for other things, they would need to then to submit a planning application for its change of use. The separation of the route from the car users along the access road, there would be a separation between cars and bikes and pedestrians. Whilst it wouldn't be a physical barrier, there would be an indication, a white line indicating that separation. The car parking, there is designated bays within the site, so people will be encouraged to use those bays when they're dropping off their children and collecting them. I might have missed some points. I apologise if I have. But I think that was it.
Is any points missed? Councillor Bajan.
Well, not necessarily missed, but can you tell me, is this a gravel or a concrete asphalt road into the site? And secondly, I'm not comfortable with a suggestion. I would like a condition for cycling store for staff and cycle racks up at this end by the nursery. So I'd like to know what the surface of the pathway is.
Did you get that, Tom?
Yeah, yeah. Do you want me to come back on that
Yeah,
one?
come back straight away on that then, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so it is a tarmacked surface, the access road.
I mean, I think there is a concern there that councillors have talked about the mixing of cars and children, small children, on this access way, and I'm not convinced that you've convinced me that the, children aren't going to be exposed to moving traffic on that access way going through. As I say, I know the site well. Will there be some sort of traffic management plan? I haven't seen that yet. Maybe I've missed it. Is that the case, Tom?
I think that was mentioned earlier, that was suggested that we could possibly attach a condition requesting a traffic management plan. Is that for how it's going to be used? I'm just trying to clarify that what you mean by a traffic management plan.
Well, I suppose you could say movement management plan, but it's just about managing movements on site in a safe way. And I'm not convinced that's happening at the moment, knowing what I know about the site, because people can wander through the car parking area. And although conversely, I suppose if they weren't tooled off, they could just wander across the grass. But normally people walk around the edge. Nigel wants to say something, Tom. Nigel?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wondered if what's being debated here is actually the need for a travel plan rather than a traffic management plan. So travel plan to consider how all.
So we'll get one of them then, I think, unless anyone's going to disagree. And I think as already been said, I think the applicant just hasn't really thought about some of these things enough, really. And there should be not everyone cycles, of course, but many people do. And I think I would like to, the agent has said, I think, is to have an informative let's talk about condition, but an informative at least, he says, condition to have a covered cycle store next to the application site, which, conditioning it might be difficult because that might not fit with the site that they're planning to use. But I can't see how firstly, it doesn't seem, when you say it meets with policy, so 3 extra racks meet with policy, or is it 8 you're talking about? Because there are 5 there already. And aren't those the ones that the rugby club are already using? I mean, they can't be used for 2 things at the same time. And for a facility of this size, with this number of people in it, staff, parents coming, maybe volunteering, perhaps, children, just doesn't seem to be able to cope with the need. Councillor Pora.
Just picking up exactly what you're saying, Chair, I've got the cycle standards up on my phone. So for residential, it's slightly stricter, but cycling parking for employees should be convenient, secure, and where practical, which I believe it is here, covered. And it should cover the maximum number of staff on site at any time. So I think that's 12 potentially. And it should minimise the conflicts between cycles and motor vehicles. There is something about flexibility, but that's more to do with multi-purpose sites and historic core areas. So my understanding is we do have a policy that would back up us making a condition. Because certainly, even if there wasn't possible as part of the travel plan to put the covered thing at the near end to the nursery, it's an open car park. And I just also wanted to ask, are the nursery drop-off spaces designated right next to, well, as near as they could be for cars? I think that's what Tom did say, but I just wanted to check that. Thank you.
I'll just go to Tom on that second question first, and then Tom, I think Nigel wants to say something on the first question. So that's the designated spaces, Tom, for the nursery. Are they as close as possible?
The applicant hasn't actually put anything about designated spaces for the nursery use. My understanding is the rugby club would usually use the site at weekends. The nursery provision would be during the week, so there'd be the parking, the car parking would be close to the actual nursery, as close as possible, whilst it isn't actually designated as such.
Thank you, Tom. That's sort of reassuring, but not completely. Thank you. So, Nigel, what are you going to say now?
Thank you, Chair. Just to comment on the cycle parking. So we heard in the presentation the case officers proposing revisions to condition 4, details of cycle parking to be, and I think it would be appropriate to put an information and the covered nature of that. So that's to see as part of our consideration of the details when they're submitted. Thanks.
So I presume that will come to Chair and Spokes then, Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes.
Chair, it wouldn't normally. So normally the detail of the cycle parking would be dealt with as a condition, and
I think in this case that's not good enough. So we need to have decent. This is something that's failing on this scheme and it needs to be much, much better. And if it's not much, much better, it's going to have to come back to committee, I think. So that needs to be clear.
okay, Chair, happy to.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Porter. Okay, thank you, Councillor Bajan.
Chair, this is another of those occasions where something's been brought to us which is obvious that we'd be picking up. And we shouldn't be sitting here discussing cycle parking for nearly an hour today. It should have all been in there before we got it. And Cambridge University, I think this is, should be made very much aware that this is where we stand. We spent an hour discussing something that is so blatantly obvious. We've gone backwards and forwards, and is it an advisory or is it a condition? It should be there. Covered parking for 12 members of staff. There should be separation of cars from pedestrians very, very clearly in this thing. And there should be a real separation as we get near the front door of the university. I mean, the nursery. It may be there needs to be some railings as well. There's a whole safety feature here. We're going to be talking about a mixture of 25-year-old alpha males and females racing around in motorbikes and cars and four-year-old children. And we need to be aware of what the dangers are associated with that. I think that this is not directly to the officer, it is to the officers. But we don't want things where we have to spend an hour discussing cycle parking when it is so blatantly
You're repeating yourself, Councillor. You've said the point.
You're right, I am.
Yep. So just to say, as I've said before on that point, is that officers do push applicants, but applicants choose to come forward with the scheme they choose to come forward with. So we are then the backstop on that. Councillor Porter.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm happy with the suggestion. It goes back to Vice Chair, Chair and Spokes. Could I also add that it would be helpful if they could also demonstrate where the drop-off and pick-off parking spaces would be and how we need one that would be disabled accessible. I assume there's probably one on that car park, but from what I gather, it's not very marked up. So it would be good I think we would expect to see that addressed in the travel plan.
So what I was going to say is I want the travel plan to come to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes as well, because I think real concerns have been expressed, including those last concerns by Councillor Bajan, quite pertinent concerns about the type of user of this site. And, they don't feel like a good mix. 4-year-olds and young sports people, possibly arriving in a rush or something, who knows, we're all human beings, we do the wrong thing sometimes, but we need to manage that on this site. So I think we need to see the travel plan as well, please. Councillor Flaubert.
Because this building, just wonder, is the nursery going to be used for the public, the general public, or just people, for people who works for Cambridge University?
Thank you, Councillor Forberty. Tom, do you want to answer that?
I think it will be used depending on what the applicant chooses it to be used for. It's not just university staff. It's for general public as well. It's from what I understand. Obviously, the running of the nursery will be up to the applicant to choose how they do that, and in terms of where they advertise it, etc.
Thanks, Tom. So just to be clear, the applicant is Cambridge Rugby Club, not Cambridge University. I don't know, but they may have an interest in the site. Maybe the club rents it from them, I don't know. But the applicant is the rugby club. Okay, I think we're done with debate now. Not quite. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
As part of the work on the travel plan, could I urge them to work with whoever owns the path so that that's kept open? This is this northwest path, and that isn't closed off by other owners. That's the first thing. So that might, whether this is a right of way and on the ownership, I'm still a bit unclear, of course. And the second thing, I apologise about this, but on the biodiversity net gain, I mean, that's really good if they get over 30%. What I'm not clear is exactly which bit is included. Is it within the red line? It's not the whole site. And does it include the perimeters? Apologies for coming back on that at such a late stage.
All right, don't worry. Thank you. I feel like you, I'm coming back at a late stage, but the site is fairly devoid of things growing except for the grass to play rugby on. And it would have been a good idea, the applicant hopefully is listening, to plant some trees around the application site or something like trees, or even on the access way on the road to make it a more pleasant experience for children and families to use, because they're not playing rugby, they're going to a nursery school. So I don't know if that can be an informative maybe, but Tom, come back on Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood's question, please.
So yeah, the biodiversity net gain would be entirely within the red line of the site, and the nature conservation officer's happy with that approach.
And I distinctly remember we've said this committee recently. Can we have an informative which just says plant some trees, please? What do you think? Doesn't seem like a bad thing to me.
We could. I don't see any reason why we couldn't put an informative on there.
We've got a Trees for Babies scheme in Cambridge City Council, which can be planted in places other than people's gardens, like here. Or we've got a discounted scheme with a supplier that can offer trees to people that want to get them a bit cheaper. Or, maybe they can pay for them themselves at full rate. I don't know. But I think that will be a welcome and positive and good addition to this scheme. Check that. No shaking of heads. So I think we're informative on plant some trees, please, as well. And you're not saying no, Tom. Thank you. If there's no more debate, we'll go to the recommendation then. Hopefully you've caught those conditions, informatives, everything else, and then we'll have some lunch. So, Nigel, recommendation, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. There's quite a lot that's been added, so I'm going to do my best. So hopefully I've captured everything, but if I haven't, then please let me know. So the recommendation is one of approval as set out in the officer's report, with the amendments to condition 4 that we heard about and to condition 17, with an additional condition to require a travel plan. And then there are a number of informative matters. So an amendment to informative number 2 to refer to there rather than informative to require some tree planting, an informative to encourage tree planting, an informative to encourage EV charging, an informative to encourage adaptability, radiator size issue, an informative on the relocated car parking area and cycle parking, and for that to be covered, and that would be expected to be submitted as part of condition 4. Ask for delegated powers, please, to draft all those conditions and informatives in consultation with Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes. And then additionally, agreement that any applications that are submitted to discharge condition 4 and the condition requiring a travel plan would be in consultation with Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes before a decision is made. So hopefully I've captured everything there.
Nigel, Councillor Thornborough?
I think we need a condition to ensure that this complies with policy 28 and that it's a minimum of BREEAM excellent.
I think we've had regard to the fallback position that there is an extant permission for a building that can be constructed here, which is of a very similar scale. I'm not saying that it would be inappropriate to add such a condition, but I'd need to talk to the case officer to see whether that would be achievable. But we've had regard to the fact that, you know, a very similar extant consent exists for a building. Perhaps I could ask the case officer whether he felt that was achievable.
Tom?
Yeah, I think, as Nigel said, I think there is extant permission for an extension on the site, very similar in design. I think we could probably put an informative to encourage the user the applicant to go to a better standard of installation, etc. for BREEAM design. I don't think a condition would be reasonable in this instance, in my view.
Nigel, do you want to respond? Or?
Yes, I concur with that view. I think an informative to encourage the standard would be more appropriate because of the extant consent that exists. That's what I'd add to the recommendation, Chair, an informative to encourage BREEAM excellent. Thank you.
Right, so we're in the middle of the recommendation, Councillor Thornborough. Are you content with that response? You are good. In that case, let's vote. So you've heard the recommendation with the conditions and informatives attached. All those in the officer's recommendation is, just to remind you, is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? Thank you very much, everybody.
Sorry, five votes, Chair. not
So
unanimous.
all those in favour of that recommendation?
It's 5.
Fine, thank you. All those against? Councillor Fulbear, we're voting for this item. The officer recommendation is one of approval. So we're just saying all those in favour of that recommendation. Are you in favour of that recommendation? You're not. Okay, I apologise. Sorry. Okay, that's 5 in favour. All those against? And abstentions?
It's 1, Chair.
Thank you. Apologies for mix up there. Okay, good. Right, thanks very much. So that item is approved, subject to conditions and informatives. Thank you very much, councillors. I think it was a very good debate and a good conclusion that was come to in the end. So thank you. We'll have a break now. So come back at past, please, after lunch. I've got a couple more items to do. I don't think we can carry on now because it's too much to do before having a break. back to the afternoon session of Planning Committee. The next item for consideration is item 7 on the agenda, 11 Cook Close. So we have one speaker on this, the applicant, Jennifer Hinton. And so first we'll have the presentation by the case officer, Dean Scrivener. So Dean, if you're ready to present the item then please. Hello, Dean.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Just quickly before I start, just in the way of a quick update, after discussing with the legal officer, Nigel and Toby, it's been advised that condition 5 should be removed, which restricts the number of patients receiving treatment at any given time. This is due to reasons that that condition is unenforceable and unnecessary, as condition 7, which restricts the use to the proposed use, which should cover and manage the number of patients using the service at the site. So just to be clear on that, condition 5 is to be removed, and we'd ask delegated powers to do so.
Okay, thanks for the update.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen.
Yeah, we can see that, thanks.
Okay, so this is the application for conversion of part of the habitable space of number 11 Cook Close to accommodate podiatrist and chiropodist practice, including the extension and alteration of the existing dwelling. So the existing site is located to the rear end of Cook Close here, which comprises a single-storey bungalow. It's in an uncontrolled parking zone, and it's connected via Milton Road, which runs along here. There are no other major site constraints. The existing ground floor plan of the bungalow, standard residential use. These are the existing southwest elevations and northwest elevations. Existing northeast elevation and existing southeast elevation. This is a proposed block plan, so as part of the proposals, it's intended to put a single-storey rear extension to the back of number 11 to accommodate a bedroom. So this is the proposed ground floor plan. So as you can see, that's the extension there, accommodating the bedroom. The existing bedroom is to be replaced by a treatment room where the treatment of patients will be undertaken. To the front, you have a new reception room, a cloakroom and toilet area, and a new ramp will be installed to the front to allow disabled access. A new bicycle stand is also proposed for patients to bicycles, and 2 car parking spaces are also provided to the front and a block paving driveway. The rest of the dwelling will remain as residential use, as unchanged. These elevations are just the proposed elevations, just showing the extent of the single-storey rear extension. Again, just see the extension on the southwest elevation and northwest elevation. And that's the proposed roof plan. So in conclusion, the proposed use is considered to be of minor scale and will not have any significant adverse impact on the safe and effective operation of the adopted highway or the residential means of neighbouring occupiers. The design and scale of the proposed extension will not have any adverse impact on the character of the local area, and therefore officers recommend approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation, Dean. So the applicant, Jennifer Hinton, are you with us, Jennifer?
Yes.
So, hello, right. If you want to turn your camera on or not, it's up to you, you don't have to.
Yeah, I can turn my camera on.
Yep, hello, hi. So, yep, so you've got 3 minutes to speak when you're ready, and half a minute before the end, a little bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. So when you're ready, Jennifer, please.
Thank you very much. We have been at our current work premises on Histon Road for the last 10 years, but it's no longer suitable for our business's needs. The rising costs of the premises, such as the rent and the business rates, combined with the cost of the maintenance needed to update the premises in order to keep it to our required standards, have made it no longer affordable long-term for our small family business. If we're unable to move our business to home, then we may have to move outside of the Cambridge city area for new premises, which would be sad because it would be removing a valuable healthcare facility outside of the city, one which helps to reduce the number of people seeing their GPs and even at times using A&E. Moving to our home keeps our business within 2 miles of its original location. With regards to some of the points mentioned in the objection, there is no HMO in the road. The house next door to us, which it refers to, is a privately owned property and the owner rents a room to his friend, and they only have 1 car in the household. Both our next door neighbours have written in support of our extension and the change of use, which have been supplied to the planning officer. As mentioned by the planning officer in his report, a lot of our patients arrive by bike or on foot, but there will be 2 off-road parking spaces given for them, plus we have a separate space for our own car. Cook Close itself is often empty, and which we were able to support with letters from our neighbour and photographic evidence supplied to the planning officer. So there is not an issue of cars obstructing the road, as was mentioned in the objection. With regards to concerns over deliveries, the business only receives 1, possibly 2 deliveries a month that arrive on small vans, the same size vans that deliver to other households, so the road would not be blocked. The safety of children in the road is very important to us. There are currently 3 of them resident in the road, 1 of which is our own. They are all secondary school age, so they don't actually play in the road and they are safety aware. But we intended not to work weekends or bank holidays, and we'll be sticking to the 8 AM till 7 PM hours during the week to minimise any impact on the road. Moving our clinic to our home will make a big difference to keeping our business in Cambridge and making it affordable to the local residents. As we will remain residents in the street ourselves, it's not our intention to do anything that will be detrimental or disruptive to the road or anyone living within it. We have good relations with our immediate neighbours and we wish to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Okay, so there are no other speakers, so over to debate. We'll start then. So actually, Jennifer, yeah, you've gone, good. So I was going to say you don't need to have your camera on now, but you can carry on listening, of course, if you want to, but probably best to turn your camera off. So on the presentation you put to us, there was a, well, firstly, has the access officer commented on this application, or would the access officer comment, or someone to do with access, because I'm not sure if Mark is working at the moment. And in terms of the access, is it step-free access? And the cloak, the thing called cloaks, looks to me like it's not particularly disabled accessible as a bathroom. Is a bit of a shame because it could be, if that is the case, I think. So I don't know if, maybe we'll save up questions and have them at the end, Dean. So any other questions, councillors? Councillor Poor.
Thank you, Chair. No, generally, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with the removal of condition 5. That makes sense. I just wanted to check. I'm guessing we can't condition an EV parking space, but it might be good to put an informative in anyway, given that they're making some changes and there will be people potentially parking there for half an hour or an hour. So anyway, just thought I'd mention the informative about EV charging if possible. And I'm interested, the hours are Monday to Friday, which I'm happy with. Is that standard for those businesses? Because sometimes we do see Saturday mornings as well. I just wondered if the officer commented on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
I think over the pandemic, more and more people are working at home and realise that there are quite a lot of benefits of this, and also occupying a building for as much as possible makes sense. So this building will be occupied during working times and in kind of family times, which is better for all of us. I think this is a low-key proposal which seems to fit in well. It's not, I know the applicant's listening, so I'm just going to say, why don't you consider building in some bird bat boxes to just think about biodiversity and helping the environment a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? Yes, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Well, my question largely was about the two conditions, and with the bike and the location of the bike stand that's on the plan, are you going to be able to get the cars in and out easily? Do you need a second bike stand? And it's also, if you've got people in wheelchairs, again, it's this M42 thing, can they get around into the reception and treatment room easily and into the cloakroom loo? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. To you then, Dean.
Thank you, Chair. So regarding the internal access into the cloakroom toilet area, no, the points raised are noted. I mean, we could put a condition on if members are minded to enforce that there is sufficient space for disabled use internally. The ramp itself is step-free, so it will be easy for disabled users to access the building. The EV charging point, I mean, we could put on as an informative, but I feel that as a condition it's a bit unnecessary to ask for it as part of the proposals. The conditions restriction on timings and operation during the week, it was stated in the application form between 8 AM and 7 PM Monday to Friday, and therefore we've restricted it to those hours to reduce any potential noise impact on neighbouring properties. And therefore we feel that Saturday morning use is not going to be apparent in this situation. And the bike stand, we have put a condition on requesting details of bike stands to ensure that there is those are easily accessible and sufficient number are provided. In terms of manoeuvring space to the front, there is space to park 2 cars and to manoeuvre in and out of the site. Effectively, highways have been consulted and raised no objections in terms of impact that would have. So officers are satisfied that there is sufficient space. Thank you.
Dean, any more follow-up? So I wasn't quite clear, Dean, on the access and especially the toilet being a disabled access toilet, because employers, sorry, not employers, well, all venues really should make every effort to make their facilities accessible to all people. And, is that the case here? I'm not quite sure. Are you aware if that's the case, Dean?
I'm not sure it is the case. I mean, we can condition it if members are minded to put a condition on to ensure that. As I said, the ramp itself is fine. Accessing via the ramp is fine, but yeah, the internal layouts we could condition that if members are minded to ensure that is the case.
So yeah, I mean, I note the ramp. I'm also noting the internal layout of the bathroom, which doesn't seem very useful for someone in a wheelchair. And I also note that there are normally grants available to businesses for conversions and so on. So I thought it's not an unreasonable condition to put on. Nobody's shaking their head. I'm not seeing any officers disagree. So I would say let's have a condition for that then. Anything else, councillors? Councillor Porter.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy with the condition. Just wanted to check. So my understanding would probably be just to enlarge that door slightly would probably make it wheelchair accessible. I'm sure they could do that without having to come back if we make it a condition then, just to check that. Oh, yeah, Nigel's nodding. I'm taking that as a yes. Thank you.
I don't really like having conditions that force applicants to do stuff, but Jennifer, are you still there?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah, put your camera on then. I don't normally ask, I mean, we don't normally have debate and such like, but are you, how do you feel about that, the idea of having a condition to make the the space
The cloakroom
accessible.
wall, it's actually been made bigger deliberately to make it wheelchair friendly. The wall has actually been moved in the plans. So it's actually been made wider and the door has been changed. So it might not be very visible on the plan, but absolutely it needs to be accessible.
Good,
Because
okay,
obviously
well,
some
I
of our
noted the
patients.
opening outdoor, so that's all good then. We'll stick with the condition just to make sure that all works fine. Thank you very much, Jennifer.
Yeah.
So well
Okay.
done, thank you. Thanks for your help.
Okay.
Okay, in that case, then we'll go to the recommendation. Nigel?
Yeah, so the recommendation is one of approval as set out in the officer's report, with the removal of condition 5 as set out by the officer in the presentation, and with an additional condition to require disabled toilet facilities within the premises, and an additional informative to encourage EV charging points. And we'd ask for delegated powers to draft the conditions and informative, please.
Thank you, Nigel. And the recommendation was one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. So the application is approved. Thank you, and thank you for coming to speak, Jennifer. So, so the last item of the day, item 8, 72 to 74 St Philip's Road. And Jane Rodens is the officer. You're there, Jane. Hello, Jane. No speakers, so when you're ready, Jane, present the item. Hello.
Hello there. Problem, give me 1 second.
Yep, we can
Can I
see the
confirm?
screen. Thanks, Jane.
Brilliant. So this application is 7274 St Philip's Road in Cambridge. It's outline application for the development of 3 studio flats. This is the location plan. It's located on the, as you can see, the side there of Phillips Road. Number 76 is to the east, and there's number 50 to the west of the site. Proposed block plan. You can see that's the proposed site there. Proposed floor plans. There's 1 studio on the ground floor and then proposed 2 studios on the first floor. They both have their own shower rooms. There's a bike store, bin store and communal space on the ground floor. Here's the proposed elevations, the same that have been in your plans pack. And here's some photos of the site. So this is looking towards number 76, St Philip's Road. There's the site in front of you there. The site in front at the moment, it's got close board fence and other boundary treatments along it. And then there's number 50 in front of you there. And then this is looking further down the street. The application is recommended refusal as it does not provide adequate private amenity space. It would adversely affect the impact of residential amenity and would harm the visual amenity and would not preserve or enhance the character of Mill Road Conservation Area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jane. Yeah, no speakers, so over to debate. Councillor Bagent.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, this is in the middle of a conservation area. It's nothing like the rest of the conservation area. There's been a few applications that have been accepted a bit further down the road. Goodness knows how they got accepted or when they got accepted. But this is an abomination in Romsey. This is not Romsey conservation development type buildings. It's totally out of character. Totally out of character. Apart from all the other reasons we might want to reject it, it's just wrong.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bagent. Councillor Gorthrope-Wood.
I'm concerned, as the planning officer has highlighted, that the accessibility, there's no lift, so it doesn't meet M42 accessibility requirements. There appears to be no private amenity space, as I think she highlights, and it's very small communal amenity space. And then there's nothing about heating or solar. Need to check 832. Oh, biodiversity is another point that I wanted to raise. So, yeah, if the officer could respond, please.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Bora.
I agree with the officer's recommendation for refusal. And I note that, you know, if applicants are coming back to us, I'm pretty sure I was sitting on the last committee where we deferred this, and we were fairly robust, I think, in our indications of what wasn't correct in our view. I wondered if the officer could just explain what has been amended, because I think in the report it basically says nothing has been, but I can see some of the consultees have responded to amendments, but I wasn't sure if that was since it's been to planning or prior to that. Yeah, concerns that there's no biodiversity net gain that's clear, concern that it's just completely out of keeping, but not in a good way, not in an architecturally significant way. Yes, I'd just be grateful for updates on what, if anything, has been amended since it came last to committee. Thank you.
Councillor Thornborough.
I agree with the officer's assessment. I wonder if we should add in about overdevelopment of the site as a specific point.
Finish, Councillor? Yeah, I mean, I'm not getting a lot of interest in this scheme in terms of wanting to support it. I suppose what we can do here usefully, councillors, if the applicant is listening, is to give a few pointers as to the way forward, really. But Councillor Gawthrope-Wood?
Concerns about access along the road. I've put a note here, bins, and during the build, whether there would be problems with that, building access. And then I've put materials, concrete roof, exclamation mark, and something that I can't read now, but that is about the design, and I think design and massing are an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, any more? Officers, oh yeah, Councillor Gawthrope-Wood.
Sorry, another point that I noticed that although they fall within the required policy size, these studios, but they are only just within that at 37 metres squared.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I was going to pick up on that. So in the summary of the recommendation of refusal, it says does not comply with residential space standards. So Jane, could you just talk about that a bit when you come out to answer questions? Because they're listed as 37 square metres in the body of the text of the report. And also, well, actually they're 37, 37 and 39 on those drawings. But these are studio flats, so they are policy compliant because it's a one bed that wouldn't be policy compliant, but they're shown as studio flats on the drawings. So that'd be useful to just bottom that out. Just try to be useful to the applicant. I mean, I'm struggling to see this as a contemporary scheme, which sometimes gets a different way of thinking to more traditional fit-in type schemes, as councillors have said. So what we've got here is a scheme that looks a bit boxy, not very attractive. It has something called corrugated fibre. That's fibre spelled F-I-B-R, which I presume should be F-I-B-R-E, cement sheets to lower wall and to the roof, which would have been the old asbestos boards in the past, but I suppose we won't have asbestos in. And then it's got some timber cladding, which might be nice, but we don't know the colour of it. But then I'll be a bit concerned about fire risk on that anyway, as cladding. Timber tends to burn. And just generally, it's extremely unattractive and not really worthy of Romsey in a conservation zone area, rather. There's just it's not good enough, I think, really. And the officer has called it right, as far as I can see, in terms of the recommendation. It certainly would harm the visual amenity, for sure. The officer, I think, then Jane.
Okay, thank you. I will try and answer your questions best I can. So this application was previously brought to committee on the 3rd of February 2021. the scheme hasn't changed since the one that you saw before. As far as I can understand it, it was deferred at that committee with an officer recommendation for refusal for the applicant to make some changes to the proposal, but none of the changes were made. So the scheme is the same as you saw before. The changes that you have seen, which the consultees have commented on, were during the process of the original application. So the original plans that were submitted versus the ones that are before you now. There were updates to the waste or the bin store, things like that, which had been addressed to these plans. That's where those amendments are. So we do have, so in the amenity part, there was part of the update sheet. It was my mistake. The amenity internally is policy compliant and isn't a concern with officers. It was more to do with the external amenity, as there's only one external amenity space that the ground floor studio has access to, but the studios on the first floor don't have access to. That's where the amenity concern lies. In regards of solar and heating, in their design and access statement and other information, it says that solar would be included, but it hasn't been shown on the plans where it would be or how it would be installed. Heating, the environmental health officers have recommended their normal informative about boilers. So if it was recommended for approval, that would be applied. However, the main concerns for this with officers are the design and the impact that it would have on the conservation area. Access along the road for bins. The waste officers didn't have a concern with access particularly. The amount of bins and how much they can hold has been addressed with these plans. With building access during its construction, if it was to be recommended for approval, a condition could be applied for hours of work. And of course, materials in the same vein to be applied if it's recommended for approval. But as I've said before, officers recommended this refusal due to its design in this location and in the conservation area. I hope that answers the majority of your questions. If there's anything I've missed, please let me know.
Yeah, well, we want all of them, not the majority, so if there's anything
Oh
missing...
no, sorry, I think if there's anything I've missed there.
Yeah, don't worry, Jane, I'm just being a bit playful, that's all. Councillor Gorstrop-Wood.
I note on the plans it looks as though there are stands for 3 bikes in the bike store. Now, if these are studio flats, presumably they're meant to be for a single person, but I wonder if that's enough bike stands anyway.
Okay, hold on, Jane. Any more questions?
And
Yes, Councillor Gorstrop-Wood.
I am just concerned that people will leave bikes on the street or put them in the very, very small garden. I don't even know whether it's a garden space, which I hope would have something that stops it from being paved over. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I thought 6 would be a better number myself. So, Councillor Porrer?
Chair, in terms of reasons for refusal, in para 8.23, page 85, it also says that the windows serving the habitable rooms of the ground floor would be in close proximity to the pedestrian footpath, separated by a narrow strip, not adequate buffering or defensible space, unacceptable outlook and level of privacy and amenity. So I did wonder if we could add that to reason for refusal 1, potentially, because that I think talks about the external amenity space, or whether it should be a separate reason. Because for me, it's, I mean, the external amenity space is a huge concern, so I definitely agree, but I actually think that's a concern as well, because obviously if it, in terms of telling the applicant what we'd expect next time, is if it comes back with that again, to me that seems like possibly a material reason, so I'd be grateful for advice.
Councillor, any more? So yeah, just to be useful perhaps to the applicant, for also to say or ask Jane, so this essentially has a flat roof, it seems to me. Shouldn't a flat roof have a green roof or a brown roof? And I can see this isn't a flat roof. This flat roof isn't constructed for a green or a brown roof because it's the fibrous cement roof. But then also, wouldn't this be visible from the public realm? I mean, the houses around abouts have, you know, additional roofs on, and if they have dormers or veluxes or windows in them, does that count as public realm, or maybe not actually? But anyway, I feel that you can see it, and it isn't a very attractive thing from the top as well as from the sides. Back to you, Jane.
That's fine, thank you very much. So if I can, the bike storage, it is one bike space per bed space. So understand that's policy compliant for that. Outlook of residents to be a refusal reason. We could put that as another reason for refusal. So I'm just refreshing my memory with what the reasons are at the moment. That could potentially be another reason for refusal if councillors wish. And then the green roof could be conditioned if we were minded to support this application.
Okay, thanks, Jane. I think Nigel wants to say something in addition to that, so go ahead, Nigel.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just mindful that this is an outline application, so all such details would normally be considered reserved matters. But perhaps I could just ask the case officer to clarify the windows that are of concern. Is there no other option such that they will necessarily be there and could form part of a reason of refusal, or is this a matter that would be dealt with under reserved matters? Thank you,
Nigel. Yeah. Can I just dig a bit deeper on the space standards as well, please, Jane? So on a 37 square meters, normally there'd be a bit of storage as well. So is it actually meeting space standards, or is it not, with regard to having no storage in addition to that?
Okay. Bear with me 1 second.
Hang on, Jane, another question as well. We'll do them all together. So, Councillor Bajan.
Chair, not much a question, but about the wisdom of talking about green flat roofs. This is Romsey. It's pitch roofs in Romsey. We don't have many flat roofs, only on occasional garages. And I don't think we should be making a recommendation to the owner for something that, even if they did, would be unlikely to be passed. This is a conservation area. Pitch roofs.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I mean, I'll rephrase. I'm not saying an application has to have a flat roof. I'm saying that the application in front of us has a flat roof, but it's not a green roof. So what I'm saying is normally a flat roof that comes to us would be a green or brown roof, but it's not in this case. So I'm not saying I support the idea of a flat roof in Romsey for this application. I'm just saying that that's what we've got on the table. So back to you then, Jane.
So this application is an outline with all matters reserved. So anything design could be conditioned, of course, if it's been recommended for approval. So the green roof could be a condition if requested. In regards of space standards and storage, sorry, bear with me. My computer is having a moment. I'm just bringing up the local plan on that one. So you may need to give me another moment or two. Sorry about that, taking away the camera makes the work a bit faster. So policy 50 talks about the residential space standards internally, and it talks about the gross space, just the gross internal area. Oh.
Chair, perhaps I can help. It's Toby Williams here. The gross internal floor space standards do include and account for storage space to be included within the 37 or the 39 square meters as expressed for this type of dwelling. So it's not something that we could resist the application on.
Yeah, what's the difference between 37 and 39 then, Toby?
So 39 is where you would have a bath for an apartment. 37 is where you would have only a shower.
Righto, thanks for clarifying that. I hope you don't mind us going to Toby there, Jane, so that's good. I think we're all done now then. Oh no, Councillor Poorer.
Check an outline application. I mean, we normally get those for massive sites. So it doesn't look any different from a normal application. Is that just because the stuff they provide us with is indicative and it's literally just the outside walls that we're approving? Because I'm not quite clear why you'd need an outline for something so small.
Good question. I think Nigel's going to answer that, Jane.
I think it's simply the applicant's choice. There's no kind of threshold on submitting an outline. It's somewhat unusual, I agree, to have an outline for such a small scheme, but especially as the applicant has put in a lot of details, you know, of detailed plans, I think it is somewhat unusual, but there's nothing to prevent an application such as this being submitted. Thanks.
Clarification. So in that case, I think we're done with questions. Let's go to the recommendation, Nigel.
Chair, so the recommendation is one of refusal as set out in the officer's report. Thank you.
Talk about the need for a condition with regard to the flat roof, but I'm getting the feeling that nobody's going to want to support this application anyway, so I don't think we need to go there. Councillor Thornbury, you want to say something?
I wonder if the committee manager would say about adding in overdevelopment, because that would be more explicit that 3 flats is too much for this small site. I know that there talks a lot about the quantum of development, but I just wondered whether adding that in would help clarify some of our feelings.
And we'll leave that question to Nigel then, if you're okay.
I think that term overdevelopment is a very broad term, and you need to sort of specify why it's overdevelopment. We have already referred to the quantum of development as being difficult, and that the impact on the conservation area is unacceptable. So those are all factors that might lead you in that direction. But the term itself, overdevelopment, is such a broad term. You would normally describe in what way is it overdevelopment. So I don't know if you have any other sort of suggestions you'd want to make about why you feel it's overdevelopment. You know, if what you're saying, if I understand what you're saying, is you're saying that the application hasn't demonstrated that it can satisfactorily accommodate 3 dwellings. Is that, am I right in what I'm saying?
Right, and that is why it results in inadequate amenity space.
Councillor Poorer.
Just quickly, I may have. So normally we look at backland development, but my understanding is, I think, from paragraph 8.3, that this was vacant land, not back, because obviously I was looking at policy 52 in terms of the overdevelopment and overbearing, but are we not able to use that because it's vacant rather than garden land? It was a bit unclear whether vacant land was a garden, because I can see it wasn't employment, even though it seems to have been used as such. So yeah, just be grateful, because obviously that was the policy I think both Councillor Thornbury and I were kind of looking at potentially. I might be quoting you wrong there, Councillor Thornbury.
Councillor Bajan.
Chair, if I'm right, then if we were going to be approving this, it's only an outline, so we'd be approving the footprint of the building. And if we were to approve the footprint of this building, we would be wrong, because it would be an overdevelopment when the actual substantive, what they're going to build on there, came in on that footprint. So I think it is an overdevelopment, and I think we need to make that point. The person's applied, they've got this piece of land, they want some guidance from us. The guidance should be that the building, the footprint is too big, as well as inappropriate.
Thank you, Councillor. Nigel?
Thank you, Chair. We wouldn't be approving the footprint of the building as such because all details are reserved in this application. So the design, siting, layout would all be reserved matters. Take from the indicative. I've just had a message actually from Jane. Jane, I think, well, perhaps Jane can speak for herself, but she's made a point that the quantum of development is addressed in condition 2, in reason 2, in relation to the amenity point. So I think we have addressed that in relation to them.
Addition to at the end of the report, you mean, yeah?
Reason 2. Yeah.
Reason 2, sorry, reason 2. So is that reason, bullet point in the summary, or where am I going to find that? Reason 2?
In the recommendation.
Recommendation.
Page 87.
Which item number, please?
It's the last one, which is right.
Is that? Pardon?
Item 8. It's the last page of the agenda.
So that's 8.0, principle of development. Is that right? No?
No.
No. I haven't got page numbers on screen. Okay. So number 4 of this, yeah? You said number 4? Number 2. Okay, apologies. I'll read it out. So the application fails to demonstrate that the quantum of development proposed could be satisfactorily accommodated within the site whilst maintaining a high standard of amenity for users and occupiers of neighbouring land and buildings. By virtue of the cramped nature of the site and its close proximity to existing residential properties and gardens, the proposed development would be of a scale and siting that would be overbearing in relation to neighbouring dwellings and which would create a heightened sense of enclosure towards adjacent dwellings, resulting in a significant adverse impact upon residential amenity. I won't then go into the policy numbers. So I think I wanted to do that because I was inclined to agree with you, Councillor Thornborough, over Nigel, what I was saying, Nigel Blaseby, but I think that does make it quite clear that it does really encapsulate what you were saying, if you're content with that. I guess then that's fine. So does everyone remember the recommendation that Nigel just read out? Yep. One of refusal. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Chair.
So the recommendation is approved or agreed with? What do I say?
Agreed.
Agreed
The
with, yeah.
application is refused.
Agree, yeah. The recommendation is refusal. Thank you very much, everybody. That's the end of today. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, officers, councillors. 2 o'clock-ish, not bad. So if you want to make us offline now, then please, Boris.